Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day. I am having a good day here. I've been getting my garden cleaned up for the fall. And also, I am very excited that tomorrow the Factorio expansion officially releases. And for those of you who do not know, I am a Factorio addict for sure. So I am very excited to go kill some bugs, as they say. Uh, so, uh, so today, though, we are going to start with First Rodeo by James Sinclair. So this puzzle was voted for by David, Plonktime, Russ, Tallcat, AFK, David, Luda, and Nordy. So thank you to all of those of you who support me. And thank you to all the other supporters as well. So I believe this is officially James Sinclair's first chaos construction puzzle, so it'll be interesting to see this. We've done a lot of James Sinclair puzzles on stream. James Sinclair is, I think, literally Tristan's favorite setter, and is certainly one of the ones that I quite enjoy. So let's have a look here. So let's divide the grid into 9 orthogonally connected 9-cell regions. Okay, so no weird diagonal regions, like in the recent KNT puzzle. A digit inside a circle indicates the sum of all digits in the same region that see that cell by knight's move. Okay, so for this cell, for example, it's all of those that are in the same region. It's the sum of all of those. There are 9 circles. Unfortunately, I don't think that means anything. A digit inside a square indicates the total number of cells in the same region. Wait. Oh, indicates the total number of cells in the same region that see the cell by knight's move. I kept reading the same words again, but okay. So square counts. And circle adds. Okay. So I guess the first thing is that these two squares have to be in different regions because they're different digits because they're on a renbon, because the purple lines are a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in any order. Okay, so we'll maybe try and start there and see if it works. So I guess this is at most 6. Oh, right, it's not true, right? Because it's not just an abstract number. You're right. Sorry, yeah, they it could be that these are different numbers. Yeah, even though they're the same region. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay. Okay. Well, this square is 1 or 2, right? I think are the only options for it, and this square is also 1 or 2, I think, are the only options for it, because I think these are the only 2 cells that this cell sees by knight's move, and these are the only 2 cells that this cell sees by knight's move. And so this digit is at least 3, but it's at most 4. Hey, James, how are you doing? So this digit is a 3 or a 4. Actually, is there any way it's a 4? Is that actually even possible? I don't think there's any way it's actually a 4, right? I can't have all of these cells in a region and have that region be 9 cells, can I? I have disproven that because I can if I make the region exactly that. I think if I make the region exactly that... oh, but I can't make the region that because it would make both of these 1s. Okay, so... let me try and explain this in a semi-articulate way. I'm going to briefly yellow these 2 cells and blue these 2 cells. One of these is a 2, so either both yellow cells are in that region or both blue cells are in that region. So that means these 2 cells can't both be in the region that is in this, because this is definitely not connected to a region that also sees one of those. So this can't be a 4 because it would break one of these. So this, in fact, is a 3. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these 2 colors because it's confusing. So this is a 3. I gave an argument that doesn't depend on that, Garion. So we have a 3 dance. Okay, Big Zach is going to attempt, as our intern is going to attempt to do his best to do his first 3 dance live. He's been practicing. Whoa! Ba-do. Whoa! Ba-do. Wee! Woohoo! Round of applause for our intern, Big Z, everyone. Thank you. Okay. Zach is still here. Zach is just training the next generation of digit dancing animals. Zach, and so we are supporting this, but by having the intern. Okay, so that's a 3. I am kind of inclined to believe Selena's claim that squares can't be more than 4, but it doesn't feel like a very James step to me to sort of brute force that to start, so I think I'm not going to attempt to brute force it to start. This is certainly at most 4, though. There are only 4 cells that exist. Let's see, can I get anything out of this? Let's see, okay, this is the sum of the digits it sees by Knight's move that are in the same region. Let's see. Let's see. I know 2 of the cells in the 3s region, so I know the 3 takes. Right. So yes, so we argued carefully that the 2 cells that I have highlighted in column 2, only one of them can possibly be in the same region as the 3, and therefore both of these must be in the same region as the 3. So we get all of that for what it is worth. Is this cell interesting given that it is a circle that is a knight's move from a square, and also a knight's move from that? I don't immediately see it, if it's true. Like, it looks to me like this could be yellow if that's also yellow or something like that. I do believe Martin's point that 2 cells that are circles that are knight's moves away can't be in the same region, because they would be in each other's sum, and one of them has to be bigger, and so can't be in the sum of the other. So I do believe that. Let's see. Okay, can I disprove one of these being a 2? I don't immediately see it. I do know neither of these is a 3 for what it's worth. So, am I supposed to use that the digit on this Renbon is big? Because I don't know that I can disprove that it's 1, 2. But if I can disprove that this is 1, 2, then I would know that this digit is at least large and it's seen by a circle. Right. Okay, so yeah, so Emma makes a good point that we know the 1, 1 doesn't take that cell, so therefore these are always in the same region, and these are always in the same region. There we go. Okay, so this needs to needs to see something else because it includes that in the sum. Okay, and so what we're saying is this is blue or yellow, and this is green or yellow, just to mark what is happening in the world. Oh, I was thinking row 2, column 3, Garion. So this is in a different region from that by Martin's point earlier. So if this is green, then this isn't green, and if this is yellow, then this isn't yellow. Oh, yeah, there's only 2 cells it can see. Okay, yeah, very smart. So Garion's point is these are the only 4 cells this can see, except it can't see those 2. And so the only cells that this circle can see are these 2. So all 3 of these are in the same region. And so the question is that region green or is it something else? But if it's something else, it doesn't work because then this green will come up here and connect to this green, and this region will need to be infinity cells. So in fact, those are all green. Oh, I don't know why that had become marked white. And so now this is not green, it is yellow. So now this is not yellow, it's blue because of the 3. And so now this is 1 and that's 2. This is not 1. Okay, I can't make this another color, because if this is another color, it will again separate green in some horrendous way. So that's always going to be green. Yeah, that is a sort of general theorem that you can think about for purposes of 9x9 chaos constructions. It doesn't scale up well in dimension, but it at least works for that. I know this has to be at least 2 for whatever it's worth. And I don't think it can be much larger than 2. But it can't be 1 because there's already a 1 in the region. This has got to be at least 5 because the 2 digits it's summing are assuredly bigger than that. This cell now is 2 because, again, it either is green or it isn't green, in which case it is 2 either way, because there's no way one of these is green to make this a 3. That would be too far away, right? Yeah, if I wanted to make that green, then this certainly isn't also green. So we can go ahead and mark that this is a 2, although funnily enough, I don't know which 2 it is. It's actually at least 6, AFK points out, because this cell is at least 4. Okay. Let's see. Selena says this number is not 2. I don't quite understand it. The chat is suggesting a look ahead where I'd prove that both of these were 2 if I drew in enough region. I don't want to do that if I can avoid it. I might not be able to avoid it, but that sounds gross. Let's see. Okay, this cell, this cell can't be 3. People are saying this cell can't be 2. I don't think this cell can be 3. If this cell is 3, then every cell not in green is seen by this by knight's move, and that just doesn't work. Because I can't connect these two with only cells that this sees by night. I think this is a 2, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is a 2. Oh, Emma says that chat said it is a 2. I was trying to say prove it wasn't a 2. Okay, so now this definitely is not a 2 because this is definitely not green because green already has a 2. So this is now, let's say, purple, and these 2 cells are also purple in order to make this work. Hey, Heliopolis, how are you doing? This is a very weird rule set. Okay. And interestingly, there is a 2 in this row that needs to be something else. Yeah, now this number is exactly 2 less than this. That's right. So this is 4, 5, 6, or 7. Okay. Selena is suggesting that I mark all the cells that 2 can get to by knight's move, and just do a sort of careful consideration on which of them can actually reasonably be green. So there's no way I can make any of these green because I need one of these 2 presumably to be green. That one's already not green. This one already is green. And this being green is technically possible, I suppose, but I don't think it would work out well because of the circle. Because it would need to be something like, there's a couple options for how this cell could be green, but I don't think any of them work, but I don't know that I really want to use it. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I know this circle is not green because it's a knight's move from a green cell. So therefore this certainly can't be green. Okay. It's a little fussy, but we'll accept it. And so that means the only cell that can be green is that one. Yeah, so one of these 2 at least is green. Let's see. There's no way this is green, right? I don't think so, but I don't know that I really want to try and draw that in. That sounds, again, a little bit painful. Okay, so this yellow cell Martin now says I should look at, because if I look at what cells it could possibly have, well, there's no way that cell's yellow or that cell's yellow, and that cell can't be yellow seeing that circle, so this needs to be yellow. That's very good. Okay, let's see. Emma would like to think about circle logic on this cell. Okay, and so neither of those can be the same color as this. And so these are the only 2 cells that can possibly be the same color as this. So this has to be purple, which makes this purple because otherwise I have to sort of shove a region entirely inside of purple, which you cannot do. And it makes these two purple because otherwise you have to shove a region entirely inside of purple, which you cannot do. Okay, and now, funnily enough, this is a region that's not purple or green, which is quite surprising. So now we need to sort of sneak that color out. I know this cell isn't red. Yeah, I can sort of block off purple, because purple currently has 8 cells, so I know the last cell in purple is one of these two, and so purple doesn't grow anywhere else. In particular. Okay. This can't be red either because of the circle trick. And I know this isn't yellow either because of the circle trick. Yeah, this is the sum of those two. I don't think that immediately tells me anything. This being green looks very difficult. Because I don't think there are 2 cells it sees that can possibly be green. There are not. Which is very weird. So now this is its own thing. We'll make it orange, say. Okay, David makes a good point, which is that I know which cells this needs to see by Knight's move, because my options, if I highlight them all again, are these, except, well, those aren't red. That one's not red. This one, there's no way it's possibly red. So these are both red, which finishes purple, actually. This needs to be red because if it's not, it splits red along the border of purple. So we've got that. Do orange circle now. Yeah, those aren't orange. Those aren't orange. There's no way that's orange. Yeah, these 2 cells are both orange. This cell, oh, I don't know that this cell is not orange, I don't think. I just know that these cells are orange. Let's see. Okay, so these are both green or red, because there's nothing else they could be. Oh, people are encouraging me to look at this square and ask myself, can it really be anything other than 1? Given that it can't be 2. Okay, it's not that, or that. It sees that one. It doesn't see those 2. It could see that one. It can't see that one. So this is a 1 or a 2, but it's not a 2 by sudoku. So this is just a 1, which means that in particular, that cell's not red, so it's green. So now green takes one of these 2 cells to finish, and so in particular, that cell's not green. And if this cell isn't green, it must be yellow, because otherwise I split yellow. So both of these are, in fact, yellow, just to sort of continue that. Okay. Yellow is currently at 7 cells. And we know one of those at least is yellow. Okay, let's see. Oh, right. That one's not over there. There we go. Okay, so this cell certainly doesn't see anything purple. So this circle could be red, or it could be a new color and take both of those. Oh, no, sorry. It can't take that one. Sorry, because that one's a circle. So actually, this can only be red. And so we get that, which means this is also red by connectivity. And so that finishes this thing, which now makes that orange by connectivity and makes that green by connectivity, and we can finish it, which now makes this yellow by connectivity. And now this cell can't be yellow, because if it was, I would need to make this cell a nothing, so we can at least say that. And likewise, this cell can't be yellow, because it would then be a nothing. And so now the question is, can I fit another region in here shimmying up through blue? And I think the answer is no, I cannot. I think. Yeah, I don't love that proof, but I'm pretty confident it's true. That if you just hypothesize that this is not blue, then you eventually, after 7 steps, it breaks. So this is blue, and this is blue. Okay, and now, likewise, this is going to have to be blue for the same reason that if it's not, it can't be yellow, because yellow only has one more cell to go. And if it's something else, then we end up cutting that off. So that's blue and that's blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of these is assuredly, I guess they could both be blue, actually. At least one of them is blue, I suppose I should say. And this is the sum of these two. And maybe possibly this one, I don't know. Yeah, one of these two is definitely blue. I agree with that. This square is, I guess, under some pressure. Since those are the only cells it can see. But it's still got a little flexibility with that, I suppose. What about this circle, actually? This circle is probably actually under more pressure. Yeah, this circle only sees those two now that it could possibly be. So all of these are the same color. Actually, have I used every color yet? Yeah, I've used every color. So yeah, we'll have to reuse green. And so now this has to be green by the same thing. If it's not green, then we've got to sort of snake in a new region, and that doesn't work. So these are green. And likewise, these are green. You can think of this as following the border of red, if you like Selena's perspective on this. Okay, there's one more green cell. So, like, I know that cell isn't green, for example. If this cell was green, would both of these digits be 1? I think if this cell was green, both of these digits would be 1. So this cell can't be green. Assuredly, that cell's not green, because it would leave nothing. So this cell actually just has to be 1. In fact, it can't get to 2. Because there's nowhere that this sees that it could be green. So this is just always 1. So these two cells are certainly a 2-3 pair. And this is now summing a digit that's at least 4 and a digit that's at least 2. So this digit's at least 6, just by virtue of the fact that this digit can't be 1, 2, or 3, because it sees a 2, 3 pair in a sort of unusual way. Smart of Emma to note 2 is placed in row 8 because purple and green both already have a 2, and that 2 is seen by that 2. So in fact, that's a 2, which sorts out the 3 and the 2 in the boring direction, unfortunately. Okay, but now this is now at least 7, because now this digit's at least 3 and that digit's at least 4. And this is also at least 7 because these two are now both at least 3. But they're also both in the same region, so this is at least 7. And this is also at least 7 because of the, again, same trick. This really wants to be a 1-2 pair, doesn't it? I was thinking it was going to be not a 1-2 pair, but if it's not a 1-2 pair, I'm going to have to be very specific with where I put 1 and 2 in yellow. Like they're going to have to go like there and there or something, or there and there or whatever. Okay, and this is a sum of that and that. So this one is more restricted. Oh, is row 2, column 3 now a 9? Let's use that cell and that cell. Okay, this digit's not a 1 or a 2, so this one's at least 3, and this one's at least 4. 7, 8, 9 at least. Let's see. Row 7, column 6 by law of leftovers. So, so you want to use the fact that this is a set of the digits from 1 to 9. Oh, it also includes the 2. It also includes the 2. I see. Okay, yes. Yeah. So this also includes the 2. I missed that this is actually summing 3 cells, none of which can be well, that one's a 2, and neither of these can be 1. So this is now a 9, with these being a 3-4 pair, and I actually know the order of the 3-4 pair. So that's not a 9 and that's not a 4, but remember that these differ by 2. And so since this isn't a 4, this isn't a 6, and since this isn't a 9, that isn't a 7. Oh, I see. You just want to say that that these two things that poke in here are the same as these two that poke out. So Selena just wants me to mark that this is the same 789 as that 789. I agree. Basically, purple needs this digit, and this digit in green is in row 9, is what Selena is saying. So therefore, this digit is there. So we could catch up these if we so desire. And this digit sees that digit and that digit. So this digit can only be a 1 now. And these two digits sum to this one. So this certainly isn't a 9 anymore. And this is a 6 or a 7. Sorry, no, this is an 8 or a 9, if I do that correctly, because it's that plus that. And so these are from 3, 4, 5 now, because they can only sum to that. And one of them is definitely a 3 for whatever that's worth. Oh, Emma says I did that backwards. Oh, I see. It's just those. And one of them is a 3, but unfortunately it still doesn't help, I don't think. Let's see. See, David points out this is seen by 2 circles. So this also puts a little pressure on this one, because I know this one's at least 4, because I guess now is where it's worth marking that one of these is 3. So this one's at least 4. But also at most 6. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. This is now at least 5. Okay, yeah. This is good. So now this is 4. So this is at least 5, and this is at least 4. If you just pencil mark it. So therefore, this is a 9 with a 5 and a 4. Like that. Which probably did something. The 4 in column 8 is either at the top or bottom, for what it is worth. Okay, now that this is at least 5, this can't be a 5 itself. Oh, yeah, I put a 9 on a Renbon at some point in the distant past. That would have been a good thing for me to fill in. So these are from 6, 7, 8. Is a good thing to note. Yeah, this is at least 8 now. It is not a 7 anymore because of this not being able to be 4 anymore. I agree with that. Oh, this can't be 8 because it would make this 3 plus 5, huh? That's very clever. Okay, so Jim is correct. So yeah, this being 8 would make the 3 plus 5 and leave that cell no value. So this is a 9. For whatever that is worth. It is a funny step, yeah. Does that make it impossible that this is a 3? No, because this could be 3, 4, 5, and that would work out. 5, 3, 6 also works out. Okay, so I think there's a modest amount of stuff that works out there. Okay. This cell and this cell are both... Well, this cell can't be smaller than 5, just by looking at sudoku. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8. It's part of this sum, so it's not 9. And this cell, I think, can be 1 or 2. Can't be 3 and could be 4. So this cell's at least a little restricted. And this is certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9, just because it's the sum of those two. What can these be? Can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are each from 6, 7, 8 for what it's worth. Do I know that this isn't the green 3? Let's see. Carl is asking basically where the 2's are in these two columns, since they are not in green, and they're not in blue either. So this has got to be a 2 because it's the only cell that can go in another region. That's weird. So in these two columns specifically, I need to put 2 2's, and I can't put one in yellow, and I can't put one in blue. So, sorry, I can't put one in green, and I can't put one in blue. I can put one in yellow, but I need to put one somewhere else. So I need to introduce a third region to these two columns, or fourth region, or whatever. Basically, the only place I can introduce a new region with a new 2 is there. And so I have a new region sort of sneaking out like that, is Carl's point. That is a hell of a spot. Yeah, that is a very nice spot. Okay, so this is now blue, owing to corner wrappage, like that. Okay, so now Emma points out that now we have 8 cells in blue and 8 cells in yellow, and each of these cells is blue or yellow. So therefore, neither of these things can grow because they're effectively done. So these are either 1, 2, or they're something quite specific. They don't have a 3 in them either. So like something from like 4, 5, 6, 7. They're probably 1, 2, honestly. Let's see. This is involved in the sum of this, actually. So because this is a 3, this can never be larger than 6. It's certainly not a 3. And this can't actually be a 9, so that can't be a 6. So this is either a 1, 2, or a 4, or 5. Let's see. People are asking where 1 and 2 are in yellow. In these 4 cells. It's either there and there or there and there. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Ugh. That's so gross, Selena. It's so gross. So these being 1, 2 doesn't actually work because there's a blue 1 in one of these 2 cells. And so I can't make these 2 yellow 1, 2 pair. So therefore, these are indeed a 1, 2 pair. Do not like that. So that is a 2 and a 1. Makes that not a 1, which is interesting because this is on this circle. So now this is at least 2. So now that's not an 8. And also this isn't a 6 anymore. Let's see. I can do math here. I'm comfortable with that step. Yeah, now there's only one spot for the blue 1, which is here. And so now blue is done. So now that's yellow. Let's see. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In fact, I know one of these 2 is the 9 in yellow just by sudoku if you want. And I know one of these 2 is the 9 in column 2, therefore. Garion pointing out that that digit goes there in blue because it can't repeat on the Renbon. And so now this is a naked single. It's a 5. Because we've got a 6, 7, 8 triple in blue. So that's a 5. So that's a 6. Makes that a 3. Which makes that a 5 and makes that an 8. So that's also an 8. Let's see. That's the red. No, sorry, no. Red already has a 2. 4, 7 are the 2 digits that are left in. There we go. So that's the 7. That's the 4. So that's not 7. That's not 7. 8 plus 1 is 9. Interesting if true. So that places that 9. One of those 2 is a 9, funnily enough. I probably can say that this needs to take... Oh, I guess this could be purple and then not take those spots, although maybe I can rule out that it's purple. Let's see. 3 in row 7, I agree, is here because yellow already has a 3. So these are a pair of 6 and 7. So that's a 6, 7, 8 triple in this column. So these are 3, 4, 5. Just for the column, which makes that a 5. Which makes that not a 5. Is that not a 5? It's a 3 or a 4. Okay, this row. There's a 2 in this row, and where does it go? It goes there. So this is 6, 8, or 9, just for the row. Okay, the 2 in this row goes here. These are 6, 7, 8, I'm going to guess. They are, but that one of those is only 7. That one is only... Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, I did not figure out the correct, or the digits missing right away, or because there's already a 6. What else is missing? 4, 7, 8? I think these are 4, 7, 8 is, I think, what's actually happening. And of those, that one is only 7. 8 and 4 makes that a 6. It's not a 7 anymore. But now that that's 2, this just can't sum to anything but 8. So that's 8, which is 6 plus 2, and therefore that's 9. This is something else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 over here. So neither of those is 8 by the power of ketchup. Speaking of the power of ketchup, I can de-ketchup these. Let's see. One of those is 8 for what it's worth. I guess this is the last 6, 7, 8 for the column. There's a 6, 7 pair here, DWeb points out. So this is a 5. So one of those two is a 5, I guess. Neither of these is an 8 for what it's worth. Oh, the 4 in green is placed, if I look at it. The green there, or the 4 looks down, which makes that a 4. Which makes that a 3. I have to do 2 plus 5, I am being told. So that makes that a 7, a 6, and a 7, and a 6, and a 6. And an 8, and a 7, and an 8. These are a 3 and a 6. Let's see. Do I want to fill in this quad? Maybe. Oops, that's not real. I wasn't actually trying to hit Mark, but good enough. Mark seems to have done it anyway. Well, the circle definitely isn't a 1. I can assure you of that. It's either a 5 or a 7. Let's see. I probably just want to be pencil marking like crazy. Now I am deliberately going to use the mark. So seemingly that makes this a 4 and that a 3, and this a 6 and a 3 and a 7. And so now we have an octuple over here. So that makes that a 6, a 5, a 6, a 7, a 7. This is not a 3 or 6. Okay, this isn't green anymore because it's down to 5 and 9, and green already has a 5 and a 9. Green also already has a 3, so we can rule out that. And so now the only cell that green can get as its last cell is this one. So that is green. No 7 over there. No 7 there anymore. Yeah, I can mark this. Okay, so yeah, so that's going to be a 5, apparently. And that's going to be a 3. It's going to be a 7. Oh yeah, I can de-ketchup the 6s. That's true. Let's see. That is going to be a 9. Okay, so if this cell isn't purple, then I need these two cells to sum to 7, and they can't. So therefore, this cell is purple, and I need this to be seeing a 1 that is also purple, and in particular, that makes that a 5. and makes that a 4. And so now that's the one that's also purple. We can't make this in another region because of the follow the border adage. So that is a 1. Let's see, purple already has a 5, so that cell is not purple. Purple already has a 1 and a 9, so that cell's not purple. Let's see, so that is a 9 and a 1 and a 5 and a 9. Let's see. That is an 8 and a 1, so that cell's not purple. Okay, so there are 2 regions left that I have not colored, or is there only 1 region left that I haven't colored? I think there's only 1 region left that I haven't colored because I've repeated 2 colors. So there is a region up here that is going to be we'll say mauve. Oops. Somehow, how did I get 2 different colors of white there? We're going to say this is mauve. And so now mauve has an 8. And so the question is, what color is this 8? And the only color it can possibly be is purple, because orange also has an 8, and everything gets a color. So we'll mark that off. Now, purple does not need a 7. Purple does not need a 1. And so the only place purple can expand is here, and now purple is done. Okay. Oh, the whites on each palette are different whites. That makes sense. Okay. I might use that to my advantage at some point. So mauve always needs to take this cell. Oh, sorry, that's not mauve. Mauve always needs to take this cell, or it can't get to 9 cells. So mauve always takes those cells. And it's still not done, so it takes those cells. And now mauve is already 8 cells. So anything that's not within 8 cells, that's not 1 cell away to this has to be orange. And now because this is orange, this can't be mauve or it would cut off orange. So now this is mauve. And there we go. And so hopefully it worked out that this 2 was correct. It was. And so we can fill in our 4. And then we're done. Chat is telling me it's not orange. It's not mauve. What color is mauve? I admit I decided I was going to call whatever color I used mauve beforehand, but yeah, if I'm honest, this didn't really work for me as a chaos construction puzzle. Mauve is a dusty purple. Okay, let's see. I'll try and find a dusty purple. Let's see. Oh, not that one. Okay, let's see. Let's go with like that and like that, maybe. We can call this, we'll sort of dust it a little bit with that. That will be our mauve region. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzleage. So see you all in just a moment. Bye, AAA battery. See you soon. Bye for now. All right, welcome back. We have Taking Turns by Nordy up next. So we have our normal Sudoku rules, and we have to draw a single non-intersecting loop that travels orthogonally through the centers of some cells. In every cell it enters, the loop must make a 90-degree turn. In every cell it enters must make a 90-degree turn. The loop acts as a German whisper line. Adjacent digits along the loop must differ by at least 5. Additionally, the loop must enter at least one of the cells touched by every black dot. Okay, so I guess the first thing to note is that, in fact, it can never take... Oh, I guess it could take both sides of a black dot, but the loop can never move through a black dot. Because if the loop moves through a black dot, then we'd need to find two black dot numbers that are 5 apart or more, and that just doesn't work. So in particular, this cell is just not on the loop, so we end up with that on the loop. We have to take a 90-degree turn here. We have to take a 90-degree turn here and not close the loop, so we have to take a 90-degree turn here. Got to take a 90-degree turn here. And now we know where the 5 is in this box, because you can't put a 5 on a black dot or on a German whisper. So that's a 5. And we'll bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. So this now has to make that turn. This has to make that turn. And so we should probably ask about like 4 6s in this box or something like that. One of these has to be 4 6. They don't both have to be 4 6. Do I want to color sort of checkerboardily? Okay, these two cells are the same color, so they can't be a 4 6 pair. Because if you just sort of follow around, the color respects the checkerboard. So one of these is 4 or 6, and this is definitely 4 6. And so if that's 4 6, then this is 3 2 or 8. And one of these is the other 4 6. Okay. Ah, 6 here doesn't... Oh, no, 6 here does work. Never mind. Yeah, if this was a 4, it would make that a 9. So yeah, that's certainly not a 4. But this, I think, could be a 4 and make that a 9. I think that would be okay. Let's see. I need to pass through one of these. I know this needs to turn. Okay. Here's a good observation. 5 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. So this assuredly doesn't turn this way, because if it turns this way, it covers the 5 in its next move. So it assuredly comes here, and it can't turn to the 5, so it has to turn there. If it turns that way, it's going to have to sort of come back over here, but that's maybe okay. could do the same-ish thing and say the 5 in this box. Oh, I don't know that. Sorry, the 5 could be there. Yeah, this definitely is not on the loop. I don't know if I'm marking things that aren't on the loop, but this definitely isn't on the loop. I guess I'll use this to mark things that definitely aren't on the loop. Because because you can't move through a black dot. It would force a straight segment, and this loop doesn't have any straight segments. Let's see. Yeah, so this is definitely on the loop. I agree. So I guess we know this is on the loop because that's not. And we know it turns. So it definitely takes that segment, regardless of anything else. So the 5 in this column, yeah, I guess is down here. I guess I already knew that. Yeah, I was contemplating polarity coloring the loop. I guess I will do so. So all of these are yellow digits. All of these are purple digits. For whatever it is worth. Yeah, through some look ahead, this can't be a 4. It's like exactly the kind of look ahead that I don't really like, but if this is a 4, it makes that a 9 and makes that a 3 and makes these an 8-9 pair because those are the two things that go next to a 3. So this can't be a 4. So in fact, one of these two is the 6 and that's the 4. Which makes that a 2 or an 8 now, except it's on the same color as a 6. So it therefore is an 8. Okay, and so whichever of these is a 6. Okay, so the 8 needs to go next to a 1, 2. And so if the 8's going next to a 1, 2, well, we know the 1 in the box goes next to the 6. So that's not the 1. That's the 2, and that's the 1. What did I do wrong? Oh, 8 can go next to 3. Oh, yeah, 8 can go next to 3. Right. Is it for 1, 2, 3? But I know the 1 goes by the 6, so this definitely isn't the 1. But that could be the 1. I guess I can now go ahead and replace yellow. I guess it works fine. I'll leave it as yellow and purple. So these are 6, 7, and 9. I know that one's not 6. It is 7 or 9. Let's see. If this is a 6, it would have to go 6, 1, 2. I wonder if that's a problem with that being a 3. I don't think so. Yeah, this is a low, so it's 1, 2, 3. Emma says it definitely isn't a 3. Because I would need to dream up 2 digits for 3 to go next to, and 3 only goes next to 8 and 9. So it is indeed a 1 or a 2. Hey, Nordy, how are you doing? Okay. This cell can't be 4, because if it's 4... Oh, no, never mind, sorry. I think it could be 4. Uh, uh, in fact, if I just look at 4 on or if I just look at Sudoku on 4s, I don't have a giant pile of places that 4 can go. This just can't turn up, right? If this turns up, it just dies. Because I know this is not on the loop. So if this turns up, it just dies. So this turns... Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. It could turn up and go back there, sorry. There are options for it. Never mind. Yes, row 6 column 3 can't come. Hey Lily, how are you doing? Yeah, this can't go straight and it can't turn up because that would make a none turn. So this always goes down, which makes this purple. Which is nice. So one of these is a 3 or a 4 because they can't both be 1 2s, which makes one of these an 8 or a 9 for what it's worth. Oh no, having the hiccups is the worst. It must be horrible being a baby and learning about all those horrible things in life that you didn't know about previously. Let's see. One of these two is a 3, because that one's not a 3. So if one of these two is a 3, the 3 assuredly goes next to a 9, because 3 only goes next to 8 and 9. And so that's not a 9, is the claim of Juan, which makes this a 1 or a 2 over here. If row 6, column 2 turns down, it eliminates all the places for 5 in box 7. It does, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's a hell of an observation, but it's true. One of these is a 5, and if you imagine that this goes here, what Matt Laffey is pointing out is that if this goes here, then it's forced to turn here. And now, what's to stop it from turning this way? I convinced myself in my head that it was true, and then I did it wrong. Oh, sorry, it's from here. Sorry, you're saying if this goes down. Sorry, if this goes down, it worked in my head the first time. So yeah, if this goes down, then we're forced to go that way, and then we have to turn. We have to turn that way, turn that way, turn that way, and now turn that way, and now we can't put a 5 in the box. So it doesn't do that. So it goes up, which means it then has to come this way. So that is a high digit. Okay, and so if that's a high digit, that makes that a 3 or a 4. It makes this a 6 or an 8. Well, this can't be a 6 because it's in the middle of a box, so both of those would have to be 1. So it needs to be 8 specifically, which makes that a 4, which makes those a double 9. A 7 and a 6 makes those a double 1. 7 doesn't go next to 3. So we get those here. This is 2 or 4. So this is either 1, 2, or 3, 6. this is 2 or 3. And this is also 2 or 3, actually, if you look at it, because this cell can't be 9. Oh, in fact, this is a naked 7, actually. Multiple people in chat saw that as well, so it is, in fact, a naked 7. Technology is amazing. Okay, so what is left down here is a 4 and an 8, right? These are a 4-8 pair. Okay, well, this can't turn this way, because if it turns this way, then I need to put a 2 or a 3 next to a 6, but that doesn't work, so this turns that way. Also, several people in chat are pointing out that 2 and 3 are not appropriate friends. So that is yellow. It is a 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so this is either 3, 6 or 4, 8 for what it is worth. Oh, I can just write in this triple. What is this pair? This is a 5 and a 6. It is a 5 and a 6. So let's write in just all of this stuff. So this is a 3, 5, 6. These aren't 5 or 6. These are 1, 7, and 9. Can I not do that, Joel? Oh, I should just look at what the got it. So yeah, what are the possibility of digits? It's not 5, 7, or 9 because it's on a black dot, and it sees 1, 2, 6, 8. So it's definitely low, and it would not be on the it would be in the wrong spot, because this would be high if it was on the loop. That is very cute setting. So that means that this cell is on the loop, which means it is low, which means that this is in fact a 4 with a 2 that is on the loop. And now, as a 2 that's on the loop, it must connect that way, because I can't connect the 2 and the 4. So that is yellow. So this is only a 7 or an 8. Yeah, you can't visit this cell, because if you visited this cell, you'd have to go straight across, which you are specifically not allowed to do, Martin points out. So, so that means we can't go up. We must from here go down. And then we must turn. So we must turn that way, because we can't go to a 5. So this is yellow. And it is a 7 or an 8. Yeah, Isaiah's pointing out if this were on the loop, it would connect this way, and 4 and 8 aren't allowed to connect, so this is off the loop. And now that makes this a tunnel, so this is off the loop. And now the loop just can't visit any of this stuff back here, because it would be forced to visit cells it's not allowed to visit. Yeah, this cell is definitely unvisitable. Okay. Seven is either there or it's in one of those two cells just by sudoku. I do know that there's a 1 and a 4 over here, which is kind of interesting. So somewhat bounds how many of these cells are allowed to go on the loop, but I don't think I know the loop visits every box or anything like that. If this goes this way, this digit's exactly 3, I think. Oh, it could be 2. Never mind. Sorry, it could be 2. It would be 2 or 3 if this went this way and then that way. It is true. All corners are unvisited, or you make a mini loop. That's a good observation. Uh, uh, yeah, that's a good point. So David points out, I know one of these two cells is visited, so I can resolve the polarity because I know that this is one high digit and one low digit, and whichever one is visited, if you just sort of carry the yellow along, it's always going to be the case that this one is yellow in terms of high lowity, and this one is that in terms of high lowity. That's very clever. I like that a lot. Yeah, okay. So yeah, if this is the one that's visited, then this digit has to be an 8 and a 3 is the only way it works. If this digit is visited, then it has to go that way, and then unknown what happens from there. I mean, this would be an 8 or a 9 is what would happen. Okay. Uh, I know there's a 2 up here somewhere. Yeah. If this is visited, it would force the previously noted thing where it would create a mini loop. Agree. And now if... Is that? Couldn't it do that? Oh, I guess that would inevitably, like, force the 5 in some unpleasant way. I think it would, but it's a pretty big look ahead to see. Yeah, I saw that, Garion, but I definitely don't want to use the if you draw in 7 steps of the loop, then you remove the ability to put 5 in an unrelated box. Yeah, this has the same restriction. This can't be loop because if it did, then it would create a mini loop. Agree. Right. So if this is a 4, then I can't put a 9 there or there. If this is a 3, though, I could put a 9 there and an 8 there. And then profit somehow. Let's see, 57 Thorn says if this goes up, it always creates a mini loop or something. I don't think I quite understand why yet. I mean, for what it's worth, this cell's definitely high. Just by looking at the fact that it happens to see 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I don't know if that helps anyone with anything, because like this cell being high assuredly doesn't immediately tell me that it's not visited or anything like that. The 4 down here is not visited, because the 9 in the row is already gone. Let's see. If the loop visits row 8, column 8, it mini loops since it has to turn. Is that true? Couldn't it just W pentomino its way through? It would put a 5 here, but like that is that's what we did up here. We don't know that this is a high-low pair, Joel, because these could both be low. So I guess what we know is we know that this digit's always low, right? Because it's either both low or a high-low. And if they're both low, then this is low. And if it's a high-low, then this is low. So we know that this is from 1, 2, 3, 4 for what it is worth. It is a good idea. I unfortunately don't know it does anything. Okay, let's see. Row 7, column 8 is visited because either the... right, okay, yeah. So if the loop goes through here, then we know it goes down and around this way. So then this goes over, around, and up through this. So this is always part of the loop. And I guess we kind of did that look ahead over in box 1. One of these two is visited, and no matter what, this one's always visited. So this is always 6 or 8 with a 3, 4 below it. Let's see. It's not the kind of look ahead I like. I liked the something touches this dot, so it has to be high-low because of the 1, 2 here. I liked that a lot. This feels a little gimmicky to me. But yeah, we do have a 3, 4 pair now looking up at that cell. Yeah, so this cell's always visited, we said. And if it's always visited, then it certainly connects up, which means it has to be 3, 8 in order to make this work. We can go ahead and do our low and our high. because 3, 8 is the only combination that works. 6, 8, 4, like that. Okay, so now this 4 can't be visited because it's in the middle of a box, and so we would need 2 9s in the box if it was visited. So now this definitely can't turn here because it would end up in this death trap. Oh, sorry, it wouldn't it would create a mini loop, actually. Sorry, it would create a mini loop if it went there. So this now comes this way, making that purple. So this is a 1 or a 3. This is a dead end, of course. Now this being visited creates the same mini loop in the corner problem. Yes, the 3 goes right. That is easier. So that is yellow and that is purple. So this is an 8 or a 9. Oh yeah, and then this certainly turns this way and then turns that way. While we're at it, yellow, purple. Okay, so this is a 1 or a 2 only. This is not a 6 or an 8, so this is a 7 or a 9. We know one of these two is yellow. It's the other 7, 8, in fact. So we have sort of a virtual 7, 8, 9 here, I guess. One of these is a 5, I guess. The 5 in this row is in this box. I might as well mark. This is also a 1 or a 2, so I guess this is a 1, 2 pair. So the 4 in the box is placed if I mark that as going there. Because this has to turn dweb, and it either turns that way or that way. And whichever way it turns, it needs to turn onto a yellow. That was my way of thinking about it. This is now unvisitable because it would push into a 1. This is now unvisitable because it would have to connect to a 9 in that direction, and it can't. This has placed the 4 up here in this row. This 4 is unvisitable because of the 9 there, which now makes this unvisitable, which now means that this, in fact, goes this way, making that yellow. And it can't go that way, so it's got to go that way. So that is blue, and it is a naked 1 as a blue. This is a 7 or 8 only. That has become a 3 for what it's worth. Yes, this loop piece continues and goes like that. Yellow, purple. This is a naked 9 for what it's worth. 1, 2, 3 for what it's worth. Okay, this cannot turn this way because if it turns that way, then it turns that way, then it turns that way, and then it dead ends if you think a few moves ahead. Basically, the only way it gets out if it goes this way is to take that straight path, and you're not allowed to take any straight paths, so it doesn't go that way. It definitely goes that way, and then likewise it can't turn up because then it would never end, so it turns down. And then it just turns and closes, so I might as well just fill in that whole part of the process while I'm doing it. Okay, so this is 1, 2, or 3 while I am at it. This is the last 6, 7, 8 for the row, and it's not an 8, so this is a 6 or a 7. creates a corridor on the only exit is a very nice way to say it. What is happening there? Yes. So now all of this is blue because now this is an inaccessible mess of a place. 4 in box 8 is placed. And it's not on the loop because it's the wrong color. So in fact, the loop zigs this way and then turns and then closes. Very good. So those are both yellow. Those are both purple. And we can go ahead and color the rest because we can't visit those. So these are both from 7, 8, 9. And in fact, that one seems to be a naked 7. Yep, it is a naked 7, making that a 9 and an 8, and making that an 8. Making that a 1, 7, and 9. Let's see. That seems to have become a 7 and a 9 and an 8. Let's see. That's not an 8. That's not a 1. That's not a 1 either. That is... Oh, sorry. These are from 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because they can't be 4, because the 4's already gone in the box. So, therefore, that one's a 1, just by sudoku. And 3 doesn't go next to 7, so that's a 2. And we have that. Let's see. These are a 6 and a 5, I believe. Which makes this a naked single for the row. It is a 1, funnily enough. So that gives me a 2 and a 1 and a 2 wrapped around there. Let's go ahead and fill in the rest of these. Il Zilcho for that. Oh, that 2 makes that, I see, that 2 makes that a 7 and an 8 and a 6, chat points out. This is also finishable, I am being told. That is a 5, which makes that a 6. 5 and a 6, 6 and a 5, 5 and a 6, 3, 7. So we've got all of that. I think we can mark the rest of the grid. 3, 6, 7, 9, 1, 5, 4, 5, 3, 9, 6, 5. There we go. 2 and 5. Yeah, a lot of testers, I think, tend to offer or encourage setters to not add clues. I definitely had a tester advise me not to add like 5 circles to frac that were technically unnecessary, and I think it was very much wise that I did end up adding them. But yeah, it can be a tricky balance to say of these sorts of things. I'm really impressed by how sort of freedom or how much freedom there is still in the sort of weird wiggliness of this, like, has to turn 90 degrees at every single thing. That part is pretty interesting. Yeah, I liked this puzzle overall. Niggles about the one step aside, I enjoyed the I enjoyed the adventure of this one, and I enjoyed the I've never done a puzzle where the loop has to turn on every cell before. Is that a standard pencil puzzle type? Is there one of those that I'm unaware of that has that as a rule? This feels like it would make for the perfect fog of war puzzle. Given that you get to use the whole tricksy thing with the loop having to always respect the checkerboard parity. Which at least I think I first saw in a J40 puzzle. The other one was entropic. Oh yeah, that I guess a similar but different thing where if it's an entropic line, you don't automatically know, or do you? Actually, maybe you do. If it's an entropic line, I think you get a similar sort of checkerboarding, but it's more complicated. But I think you do know if it's a giant entropic line. I think you know the entropy of anything that's on the snake by a similar logic. You just need to use a fancier coloring to start. Alrighty, though, I'm going to take a quick break and come back with another puzzle. So I will see you all shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have a adventure puzzle that Ranks set in honor of his daughter's birth. So if Lily is still around, this is for you, Lily. I should note, by the way, that the adventure series of puzzles that Ranks does on his stream, or his YouTube page, I suppose I should say, are generally easy 6x6s that you can do in about 5 to 10 minutes. I was warned in advance, though, that this one is very difficult, so it might take us considerably longer than that. I have actually been studying some easier 6x6s lately for no particular reason. Maybe I should submit some of them to adventures. I have not in a bit. But I set a cute 6x6 arrow puzzle earlier today. Born 918, I see. So I do see that I get a 1-2 pair here. Also, these are distinctive Renban lines. So they are a string of digits that form a consecutive string without any repeats. And then these are killer cases, which just give the sum. I do see we get things like this digit goes on this, and this digit goes on this. So like there is a oh, I see. This is a coloring puzzle where it is difficult to color. Added difficulty. So these two Renban each share 2 digits because I can't repeat the green in here. So these share 2 digits, and then there's 1 digit sort of on the other end of each of them. I don't know what to do with that, but it's true. They can't share all 3 digits because then these would be in the same thing. And they get the same thing over here where these two Renban each share 2 digits. And so one of those is orange and one of those is blue. And so what... let's see. Green is not yellow or orange, but green could be blue. Yeah, so yellow and green and blue and orange are all not 1 or 6 because there aren't 2 3-cell Renbans that overlap in 1s or in 6s. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and these aren't 2 for sure because there's a 1-2 pair in the row. So then, yes, so then in row 5, we look for where 6 is, and we find out that these are a 3-6 pair because there's a 6 with them. So these are a 4-5 pair. So now these two are consecutive, so neither of these is 2. Let's see. So yeah, definitely one of these two is 4. And one of these two is 4. So we have we have a literal X-wing on 4s. So there are no 4s in any of these cells for what it's worth, or those cells, or these cells. Okay, I'm at least willing to entertain that 3 in column 1 definitely goes in one of these two cells, because if I put a 3 or a 4 in one of these two cells, then I can't make two different Renbon, because if I have a length 3 Renbon that doesn't have a 3, it's 4, 5, 6, and if I have one that doesn't have a 4, then it's 1, 2, 3. So the 3 is definitely in this column coming up here, owing to the fact that that can't be a 3. And now the so if these are 4, 5, then one of these is a 6. Okay, yeah. So now if these are 4, 5, now the problem that Martin points out is now one of these digits is a 6, and so now I'm obligated to put both 3 and 6 here. So that doesn't work. So therefore this must be the 3. That's very clever. Okay, so I will bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Big Z is a little worn out earlier from doing the 3 dance. Ba-boop-a-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, 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 boo-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Look at that pro. Thank you. So that makes green a 4 because these two appear together on two different Renbon. And so there is a 3 here and a 4 here. And so, and these numbers are from, so one of these is 3, 4, 5, and one of these is 2, 3, 4. So these are from 2, 5, 4. These are from 2, 3, 5. So we know that there is definitely a 1, or that these are definitely a 1, 6 pair. And so these are a 2, 5 pair. Like that. Okay, well, this can't be a 2 because this length 3 Renbon, we actually know what it is. It actually just is 4, 5, 6. So that's certainly the 5, and these are the 4, 6. So that is a 5, and that's a 4, and that's 2. Similar process. So that's a 6 and a 4, 3 and a 6. That places that 3 and that 4. So let's see. So that's not a 3. That's not a 4. Okay, so these are now a 1, 2 pair, I believe. And these are a 1, 2, 3 triple. Where that is the 1, 2. So that's the 5 for this row. That, therefore, is the 6. Okay, so now remember I knew one of these was 5, so it's that one. So that's 2 and 5. I'm going to get rid of the color now so we can focus back on all of this. Okay, so, and this needed to have a 4 on it. Oh, I still don't know where that is, actually. But I can fill in the 1 and the 2, and the 2, and the 1 and the 2, like that. Okay, so one of these is 4, 5, 6, and the other is 3, 4, 5. So there's no 1 or 2 anywhere on these. So these are a 1, 2 pair, are the things that are not on either Renbon. So that's 1 and 2, and 6 and 1, and 3 and 1. Let's see, and that is a 6. Let's see, this is a 3. So that's a 6 and that's a 4. Seems like that's a 4 and a 3 and a 1 and a 5. Very nice. Both for the occasion and for the puzzle. I liked this idea of the Renbon. I used this at some point in some puzzle or another, of there being sort of an entanglement between the two Renbon because they had to live on each other's thing. So you get this sort of like together they sort of have this sort of smaller size than they should. Is a very clever idea. Okay, that was the exact intended path. Good. I'm glad we found the intended path. Is this meant to be a butterfly? Is that what I'm looking at here? But yeah, the sort of X-wing thing was very cool. Flower? Oh, could it be like a lily flower? That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense if it is a puzzle for Lily, that it is a lily flower. Alrighty, let's see. I bet I can dig up something else of some description. Let's see. Let us... Oh, I think Tristan tried to hide the Cogito's Ubon puzzle that was posted recently from me. Yeah, Tristan definitely tried to hide it. Let's see. I bet I can find it anyway, though. If I look for it on LMD. Let's see. There we go. Let's see. What am I doing? User pages. Let's see. The Cogito. Is it the Cogito on LMD? It is the Cogito on LMD. Let's see. Leaving the basement. Okay. Let me post the link for you in chat. You've warmed up to Ubon. Woohoo! I'm slowly winning over. You did mine, right, David, or both of mine, or something like that. I remember you mentioning it at some point. I think in the Discord. I have I've been attempting to make some easier Ubon because I think the world is sort of missing easier Ubon. Hey, I went like all of last stream without doing any Ubon. And most of this stream without doing any Ubon. I think I think I've earned a Ubon. Although I'm sure the Cogito learned that if you post a Ubon in testing, that the only feedback you get back is like 16 people messaging you to tell you that you shouldn't use this kind of line, that it looks better with the other kind of line in Penpa. Which is what happened to me, even though I'll be honest, I couldn't really see a difference between the two, but multiple people messaged, as in more than 2 people messaged to be like, no, that's the wrong kind of line for this part of the grid. So it is possible the Cogito had a similar experience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if so, what you have learned is that I bent to peer pressure because I changed it to the thing that people liked better, and the Cogito does not. Although I will admit that I did contemplate changing it so that like all but one of the segments was the other kind and just leave one in there. But I did not quite go there. All right. So how do Ubon puzzles work? What each thing does here is tell us sort of the puzzle pieces that we use in the row. So what are we building? We're building, somewhat strangely, a loop network. So it might look something like that, for example. And when you build a loop network, you always use 4 sorts of pieces, and they're the 4 pieces listed here. So you can use what are called corners or turns, what I usually call straightaways, forks or three ways, and four-way intersections. And so when you have a clue in a Ubon puzzle, it tells you how many of that piece are used in the row. Now, note you're meant to picture it as like a physical puzzle piece, so you can turn it however you want. You can technically reflect it, but you don't get anything new by reflecting it. But if you're sort of currently wondering whether it's okay to reflect it or not, I suppose I might as well say it is okay to reflect it. When there are no clues given for something, it does not tell you exactly how many of them there are. So I don't know if there are any T's in row 2. Okay. Now, let me just restart this just to delete my example puzzle. Now, it's been pointed out that actually, if you look at row 8 is quite potent. Metros with plus intersections. Yeah. My Factorio factories where the trains have plus intersections often have issues. So I can only imagine metro. So I need to fit 8 straight lines here. And so borders are often very powerful. And in particular, every string along a border of cells needs to end with corner cells. So if I don't have any corner cells in row 14 or whatever row it is that you want to call it, it's not going to work. But on the other hand, this grid is 10 by 10, so I can only have 2 of them. I'll note, by the way, importantly, row 10, row 14, whatever you want to call it, I will do my best to treat it magnanimously when chat sort of flip-flops back and forth. If I just have this and then some straights, then I run into the problem. Oh, I didn't actually say this rule, but it's a very important rule. Your loop network cannot have dead ends. So like this doesn't work because that dangles off the end. So you need to close it. And so basically the only way that this works for these bottom rows is for it to look exactly like that. Okay, and so I do some sort of weird notating here to keep track of things. So I always green a cell when I know it is 100% done, and I blue a cell when I know that it is visited, and I gray a cell when I know that it is unvisited, for that matter. If you look at this row, I actually know that this is a 1 for similar reasons. And the reason is I know that I've got some horizontal segments floating around, and horizontal segments have to end. Now, in the case of the last row, that horizontal segment could only end with these upward turned corners. In the middle of the grid, your horizontal segments can end with either turns or T's. And this is what I'd call a vertical T, as opposed to a horizontal T that does not, in fact, end a horizontal segment at all. In particular, there definitely is at least one horizontal segment because across always has, I feel like I just pick a different name every time I say one of these 4 pieces. Across always has a horizontal segment in it. So there's at least one horizontal segment. It must have 2 ends. Those ends are either T's or turns. Well, therefore, because this is only a 10 wide grid, I therefore have to pick to use 1 turn to end it because it's the only thing I have. And so all of these are in. Now in row 8, it's being pointed out, I can make the exact same argument. I don't know how these work other than that they add to 2, but same idea gets applied here, that all of those end up being in because I need to sneak 2 more these things. Oh, the other row 8 also works. It's funny that it was, yeah, both row 8s also work, yes. So same idea here. This one, again, needs something to end that horizontal streak. And so that gets us to 10 things. And this row also, if you look at it, has the same thing where it needs ends. And so I don't know what these numbers are. I just know they add to 2, so everything is in. I don't think I necessarily have horizontals all the way across, because these strips could be purely vertical unless you see a clue that tells me that that is not the case. Right, Ambrose? I think I believe that. Okay. Now, my 6 straight lines in this row are kind of interesting. But this just isn't a horizontal piece. So if I stick things on this, I could do that, and then I could have 2 ends. That is the kind of combination that I was saying. So this is not part of a horizontal segment at all, so it doesn't need ends. That's what I was trying to communicate. So yeah, so now it is worth pointing out there's only one line in both the first column and the last column. So in these horizontals, there can only be one of these rows that doesn't have a horizontal segment starting here, and only one of these rows that doesn't have a horizontal segment ending here. So I suspect that's going to be very powerful eventually. Now, so I got some T's, some turns, whatever you like. Let's see. Okay, so what else can we do? Or any of these particularly? Yeah, 5 X's is a lot of X's. That is a very true statement. It is very interesting that there's no zeros in this grid. That is a pretty rare trait for one of these to have. 4 and 4. So I guess what I know is 2 of these at least have horizontals all the way across. Does that interact with any clues in any remotely interesting way? It feels like it should, but I can't figure out what it would possibly tell me. But it feels like the sort of opening to say I know that 2 of these look like that. And this is sort of one of the strengths of Ubon puzzles, I think, is sort of a genre, is that they let you sort of have these sort of, I kind of know this thing that's hard to notate, but that I can articulate and make deductions from, and sort of juggle around as I solve the puzzle. Okay, so looking at this row, and this 6 in particular, is pretty interesting. And Matt Laffey has identified how it works. So if these aren't straights, then I need to put 6 horizontal straights here. Let's just say I put them in these 6 cells. Well, then I need to find 4 places to put pluses, but I've only got 2 places, pluses in this row, but the only 2 places left are these. So I actually need to make both of these straight lines, or I won't be able to put 6 straight lines in this row, given that I have to put 4 pluses in the row above it. Okay, so that's going to do a lot of damage. Because now these clues are done, which I mark for whatever reason in orange. And so what that means is that now we get Ambrose's point from earlier, that in all of these rows, we have a horizontal run all the way across. in order to make that work. Okay, so now I have a run of 4 straight lines here, but does not include these. So 4 straight lines out of these cells. And then everything else other than those 4 has to have a plus because there's only 8 cells to go around. And so in particular, what Emma says is that means that these 2 cells need to be pluses because I know these aren't straight lines. And so in every one of these cells in this combination of rows, there's either a plus in the top or a straight line in the bottom, and those are exclusive. And so therefore, these 2 both become plussed. And so I can green both of these because they can't be extended. And I can blue both of these. Now, I could actually have sort of, this could just turn up, I suppose. 6 straight lines in this column is a lot, I suppose. I don't have any clues over here. Okay, and I might as well mark that all of these, just for my sanity, are 1 or 3, I guess. Yeah. We can blue this whole row. That's certainly true. Because, again, it's either a plus up here, which blues it below, or it's straight down here, which is, of course, blues it. So this is all blue. Very good. Let's see. There are 6 T's here. Okay. I actually know that... okay. So here's something kind of interesting. These are both a 1-3 pair, owing to the fact that in their row there's 1 of each. So one of my 2 3s is eaten up in this column there, and one of my 2 3s is eaten up in this column here. I was trying to get it to be 2. I wanted to sort of say I virtually knew where this was, because I have this sort of weirdo X-Wing thing going on. But I don't know. Yes. Okay, yes. This is... I don't know why this trick speaks to me. If I make either of these cells a straight line, it makes 3 straight lines in the column because it forces the thing below it to be a straight line. So these can't be straight lines. And so they are therefore 4 ways because these 0, 1, 2s, those are the ends. So these are just 4 ways in order to make this work. So that one and that one. Are just 4 ways. Oh, and that's all my 4 ways. So now all my 4 ways are done. Okay, so now the rest of these are straight lines because I need 4 straight lines. So these are done. And now all 4 of these need to be straights. Actually, I guess this can only be a straight. This can only be a straight. This can only be a straight. And so I think that forces the rest of this. And so now these are the other straights for the row. And now this is just forced to be done, and this is forced to be done. Oops. Okay, great. Trying to see where that was going to immediately pay dividends. I do not immediately see where it pays dividends, but I assume that it pays dividends somewhere. I guess I know that 6 of these cells are straight, which is a lot of straights. They're all horizontal. So there's only 2 non-horizontal lines in this list. Likewise, there's only 3 non-horizontal lines here. There's tons of them in this row. I was trying to see if I could sort of... so in all 6 of those places where I get a horizontal line, that's 2 total horizontals for the column. So if it's either of these 2, then that column is just completely done with horizontal lines. Otherwise, it's neither of those. And so then one of them at least must get filled here, I guess. Hey, Elatron, welcome. So I think I kind of, like, if I combine these, I think I kind of know that I've used the straights in one of these for the column between those rows. Oh. Sorry, I'd not appreciated this, but Matt Laffey points out these columns actually also only have 1 straight left because they've already got 3, and there's only 4 in the whole column. So oh, sorry, that one, not that one, that one. These 4. These 4 columns all have only 1 straight left to go. And so 2 of them necessarily get their straight here. And then a third of them has to get their straight in row 6. It does tell me things like if this cell is straight, then that cell is out. Because of the fact that if this cell is straight, then that would be straight if it was in. I don't quite know what to do with that. Why can I blue between the blues if it's a straight line? it is true that in all three of these rows, maybe I should mark this, all of these are straight lines or pluses, so I can just sort of say these are 2 or 4. Okay, I understand. So what's Emma is saying is that in this column, for example, these things that are each 2 or 4, and by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, very uncreative, but that is how I number these things when I'm marking them. So in this column, there's only 1 2 left, so one of these 2's definitely a 4, and one of these 2's definitely a 4. So therefore, these are definitely in. And the same is true here, and the same is true here, and the same is true here. Okay. What am I doing with that? It is very sad, Ambrose. That was basically when I set Berlin. That was basically what inspired me to set Berlin, because in Berlin I gave the number of exits instead of that, so it was 1, 2, 3, 4, because it sort of seemed like the natural thing to do. So if this goes up, it keeps going up, is I guess the upshot there. There's a whole bunch of T's. 2 and 4. So talk to me about that, Martin. So my thing I've noticed is I know one of these 2 is a T, and I know one of these 2 is a T. So that eats up 1 T here and 1 T here. Oh yeah, it could be 2 T's on one side. I guess I see that these can't both be T's, because if these are both T's, I create another T in the middle, which would be a third T, which is not allowed. Yeah, the middle being a T or a 1. Yeah, in column 14, same idea. But yeah, I basically know in some weird way, I know the location of 2 of these 4 T's roughly. But there's still 2 more, and I have to be a little bit careful. I don't think I know anything about 1s in any of these rows except these 2. Maybe I'm supposed to argue. I guess this can barely be a T. I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to look at the 6. Uh, Yeah, we definitely have our 1, 3 pairs, because these can't both be 3, because if they're both 3, we create a 3 in the middle. So these are legitimate 1, 3 pairs, for what it's worth. So I guess that means these are always in. Because of that, because one of these is definitely a 3, and one of these is definitely a 3. And no more straights in those columns, I agree. Column 6 and 13. Right. Okay, yes. So as soon as this cell is in, because there's no straight up and downs, it always goes that way. That is true. Okay. Can row 11 be a T? Looks to me like it could, but I'm suspecting you think that it cannot. I do notice that if these are T's, it gets quite interesting. I mean, at least the T is quite specific. Let's see. Emma says this can't be a T because it'll break the 1, 3 pair. It will break the 1, 3 pair. Right. Okay, yeah. I wasn't appreciating. So the thing I was not appreciating, I wasn't appreciating that this being a T immediately made that a T. So this is definitely not a T. So each of these are 1 or nothing. Those are my only options. So I need 6 of these 8 to be T's. Which is a lot of T's. Trying to decide what to do with that. Only 2 of them can be vertical. Right. Only 2 of them can be vertical because as soon as one of these is a vertical T, it pops up into this row where we only have 2 4s. So 2 of them are vertical and the rest are horizontal. It feels to me like they could, like any of them could be horizontal, though. Maybe I'm wrong. In some way. Am I missing a horizontal, making a horizontal somehow? Am I supposed to think about what the other 2 cells in the row are, if anything? I haven't proven that these are... Oh, the two verticals have to go at the end. Because I need... Oh, I guess I need at most two verticals, right? But the point is that means that in this row, yeah, I don't know there's verticals for sure, but I think I do know that I get some like horizontal connections, but maybe not. Maybe I have enough wiggle room with the fact that I can put two turns in here that I don't actually know that there's only one horizontal segment. Uh, uh, yeah, that seems very possible. I'm mostly trying to avoid the possibility. All right. Do I know that none of these are turns? I don't think so. Uh, uh, there have to be two horizontals with an up leg. Okay, yeah. So there are 6 T's. Only 4 of them point down. So at least 2 of them point up, although they could be vertical pointing up or horizontal pointing up. I don't think I know which. So that does mean, though, that just the T's alone have consumed the 4s for this row. So I don't, in fact, have any turns in here. So if I actually write down what these can be, they can't be turns. So they can't be turns. They can't be straight lines. Actually, maybe some of them can be straight lines. They can be T's. And they can't be 4 ways. Of course, I know these aren't 0. That one's not 0. That one's not 0. And these ones can't be T or can't point up because they would pierce the 4s, and the ones that pierce the 4s are the 3 ways. So these are each 3 ways. I know that much. Okay, and so it is. Oh, this could be a corner, right? These could be corners. Sorry, Emma's correct. These could be corners because of that. Uh, let's see. Matt Laffey believes this has to be a 3-way with a leg down and no up leg, but I don't think I'm convinced of that yet. Uh, let's see. Matt Laffey claims this can't be a 1 because of something about 3 ways breaking something. Right. Okay. So I do know that only 2 things point up in total. And so if I make any of these things 3s, they automatically point up. So only 2 of these can be 3s, which means I need 4 of these to be 3s, which means they're all 3s. That is Matt Laffey's point. So these are that. Okay, so all of these are 3s. And okay, and they're all horizontal 3s because 2 of these have to be 3s, and those have to point up. So these can't point up, is the problem. Okay, I'm with you now. Hey, the Kachito, how are you doing? Okay, so that is done, that is done, that is done, and that is done. Which does mean that these are done. That's done, and that's done. If I write out that, which is what same thing Emma was saying. So this row is now done with straights. Or sorry, this column is now done with straights. So that makes that a 4-way and that a 4-way. That's the wrong column. Let's try again. Makes that a 4-way and that a 4-way. And I think there's probably one more where that's true. Yes, this is done with straights. And so these can't be straights anymore. So these are both 4-ways. 4-way, 4-way. Okay, and so, yeah, there are 2 3s in here. And the 2 3s have 4s above them, and then there are 2 2s in here, and the 2 2s have 2s above them. That's the point. The 2 2s have 2s above them, and so I can't make that a 2 because it would make that a 2, and that would be 5 2s. So this isn't a 2, it's a 3. And this isn't a 2, it's a 3. And so that's all my 3s, so that means these are 2s, which means that these things connect like this. And then these 3s point up, and those automatically become 4-ways. And there we go. Yeah, I've also been trying to set some easier introductory Ubon puzzles for the same reason. They can be quite intimidating. Okay, so we've got all of that. We have made substantial progress. Okay, so now we are done that. We aren't done that yet, but we are done that, I hope. Yep, we are done that. You got that those are 1 and 1. That's done, I hope. Oh yeah, these would all better be done. Let's see. This column still needs a straight, still needs 1 T. Okay, we do still need 6 T's here. Okay, so now this row needs a T at one of the ends. We're getting closer to our allotment of T's, because if I don't put a T at one of the ends of this row, then I am going to create 6 four-ways, because all of these, if they're t's... Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. These two can be t's. Never mind. Sorry, I was miscalibrating exactly how that worked. Never mind. Okay, I do know that this is not a straight line and that this is not a straight line for what it's worth. So I am going to mark that these are 3s or 4s. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's 5 straight lines in this column. So we're now at also only one more straight line in this column. So, okay, so by Emma's earlier argument, there's only one more straight line in this column. So one of these is a 4. So therefore, that's definitely in. This certainly isn't a straight line for what it is worth. Same argument in this column, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've only got one straight line left, so one of these is a 4-way, so that's definitely in. Okay, if this is a 3, it does force a second 3 below it. Because if this is a 3, I now have to connect this 1 somewhere, and it's going to create a 3. So if this is a 3, it creates a second 3 in the column, which would have to be there, in fact, because we know one of these two is a 3. And likewise, if this is a 3, we have the same issue. Let's see. Yeah, we've got one more 2. One more T. Six 3s here. Don't think I know that this is not a 3 yet. I feel like there's some correct combination of the words "this is not a 3" that will get us there, but I don't know what the combination is yet. So one of these is a 3. Maybe I should think about it this way instead. One of these is a 3. Whichever one it is forces that these two are both 1s. So whichever of these is a 3, the two below it are both 1s, because if either of them was a 3, it would create an extra 3. So on one side, these are double 1, for whatever that is worth. Can't quite figure that out. Quilted flower black. Ooh, I love seeing your quilt stuff on Discord, ELSF. I hope you are having a good time with it. Okay, and we know there's 5 crossings here. So we do need... We need a 3-way that doesn't go up, at least. Yes, we need a three, at least one three-way that does not go up, or we will have, or it could be on the end. Sorry, it could also be on the end. I really want this to be a three-way, but I don't think I see the point yet. Uh, yeah, there's still only one more two. I don't understand what Emma means by their point. Uh, Unfortunately. Uh, uh, okay, so there are 8 pluses between these two rows. Is the claim that somehow I can never have 2 pluses that align? Uh, oh, the claim is the opposite. The claim is that I need 1 plus in each of these because I can't put 2 twos in any of them. So, because none of these, or sorry, that's not true. I can put 2 twos here, unfortunately. But that's the only one. I can put 2 twos here, and I think that's okay. But I can't put 2 twos in any of the other places. Uh, 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 it's also, I suppose, worth noting I only have one more plus up here total. Uh, oh yeah, this one I could have 2 twos as well. Correct. Uh, yeah, only one more of these can be a plus. Okay. I see. Okay. So yeah, so what Emma is saying is these cells are all either straight lines or pluses. Uh, However, in each column, there's only at most one straight line left. So there's at least 4 pluses in these, but that saturates the number of pluses over here because 3 plus 5 is 8, and that would be 4 plus 4. And so Emma's point is that these are, in fact, twos. So they're done. If we do the math for it. Okay. I believe that. Okay, so now these aren't threes. And below, actually. Can do the same trick Emma points out. Somehow I saw it up here, but not down there. Let's see. Well, that's certainly not a 3. Trying to figure out the elegant way to count 3s in here. Which I definitely do not see presently. Uh, see. I know one of these is a 4, and I know 3 of these are 4s. It is true that I only have 1 3 in this column, and I only have 1 3 in this column. And I only have sort of 1 extra 3 here and 1 extra 3 here. And so in these 4 total columns, I have at most 4 3s. And so in these 2 rows, where I have 12 3s, 8 of them must come from elsewhere, at least. Unfortunately, that's 10 cells. Oh, sorry. These just are not ever... Okay, I must have miscounted because I only have 7 cells that can... No, I only have 6 cells that can possibly be 3s now. Oh, I just didn't mark this column for some unknown reason. Yes, so so all of these are T's is the point. Yeah, I mishighlighted some stuff is what happened. Yeah, so all of these 8 have to be T's. So let me mark that. Matt Laffey says no. Put the whites back and take out the straights. Take out what straights? I thought this math worked out how it was supposed to. I think it's all right. I think these are all 3s. And so I think that means that we know, for example, that this 3 looks like this. This 3 looks like this. This 3 looks like that. This 3 looks like this, which comes up through there. This one comes up through there. So I can mark these is all done and those is done. Okay, I can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. 1, 2, 3, 4 currently. Let's see. And I don't think I know quite as well what's happening with those 3s. Okay, so I do know that this is a 3. I know that this is a 3. I don't know which way it's going, but I know it's a 3 at least. Placing pluses affects stuff, I am being told. So we know what's happening in this column is what you're saying, because I know where the 6th line has to be, because it can't be this and it can't be this. So this has to be a 2. Is that your point? Because in this column now, we only have 1 more spot for the last 2. So because if that's a 2, it makes this also a 2, and this is now marked as being a 3. So I think that's what is being stated. And so this is now actually out of the grid, which is a first for this puzzle. So that's now out of the grid. Okay, and that's done, remember. That was the whole point of all of this. That's out of the grid, so this is a turn, for whatever that is worth. probably worth something. And the same story in column 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, this can't be straight, and that can't be straight without also making this straight. This municipality has very good public transit coverage. I agree. We should have more of that. This is out because it would be a straight line if it was in. So we get that little bit of doohickey. Okay, and this comes through here. So now that is our third four-way in this row. So this row is full up on four ways. So this is now done. Okay. We are full up on straight lines now, so this is out, which forces this to be a corner. This is, of course, in. Because this is a straight line, apparently, that forces this 3 to look like that. And so now both of these 3s are now done. Because this is a straight line, this is a 3, so it's forced to look like that. This one goes straight over like that. These two are done. I don't think I know what this one looks like yet. I don't think I know what this one looks like yet, but I can at least say I'm done with my straight lines here, and that I am done with my straight lines here, and that I am done with my straight lines here, I think. Oh, no, I'm not done with my straight lines here, actually. I've got 1, 2, 3. I need a fourth one. So this one is my last straight line for this column. So we can orange it. And now this is done, and this is done because they can't extend anywhere, because everything around them is done. And so hopefully that is the right number of T's. It is the right number of T's. Good. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 T's. This can't be a straight line anymore. Because we've got our straight lines in this column, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So this is now a full-on T, which means this is also a full-on T, or sorry, full-on cross. Yeah, there we go, cross. So I need an extra T in this column, so it's got to be there. So now these are both done. So that is done. Okay, this is now a dead end, so it's certainly not in anymore. This is just forced to be a straight, because it doesn't have anywhere else it can go. This is done as well. Okay, now this is either in and it's straight. Okay, yes. So now this is not ever a T. So we need our 6th T for this row, and it has to be here now. So that's now our T for this row, in order to make these T's finish. Now, remember, one of these is a 3 by our original column. And if one of these is a 3, that means nothing else is. So in particular, that's not a 3, so it's done. And this 1 turns up like that. Okay, this is definitely going to be a 1 regardless. Oh, there aren't any more straights in column 1. That's the point. So this is definitely gray. Which makes this green, means this turns like that, makes this green. Okay, and so now that's a corner. That's all the corners for the row. And so we also have all the pluses, right? Yeah, we also have all the pluses. And so this must, in fact, be a T. So now that's done. Okay, and now that's all the t's for the column. So now these are both done because they can't extend without becoming additional t's. Now that's my corner for this row, so that's done. So I need a t, and it's going to be this one. And so those are 2 t's. That's both of my t's for this column. So these can't extend. And let's see, this is my 1t. I've got it. 6 t's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6 t's is good. 3 straight lines, 1, 2, 3. Very good. 1 t. Yep, good. Okay, I can get rid of these. And then we can also attempt to count straight lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, great. Okay, excellent puzzle. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Let's see. Does anyone know how you get to put a heart on a puzzle that doesn't have a solution check? I've seen that people do it, but I do not actually know how people do it. Someone has a clever trick that I am not privy to. But I would heart this puzzle. This was very nice. Alrighty, though. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and I will do something not Ubon related. I can all but promise. Be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. We are back with a little ambiguity puzzle by L.M. Damasi. We have some lines in the grid. All lines are equal. The colors are only to distinguish between the lines. However, the lines each get bonus constraints based on the boxes that they visit. So each box corresponds to one of the 9 rules. And then all lines that visit that box need to satisfy that rule. So, for example, if this is the region sums box, then all of these lines passing through it are region sum lines. Okay, and so this is just here to help us keep track of the various sorts of line that we could possibly hope to have. The first thing I'm noticing is that there are an awful lot of things that these can't be. So that is boxes. That is all but box 5 and box 8. So any boxes can't be German whispers because you can never put a 5 on them, and can't be Nabners because you can't have a 9 log Nabner. So I think that means that Nabner and German Whisper are a 5-7 pair. Or sorry, a 5-8 pair, if I follow how this works, I think. Okay, is there anything that actually touches both box 5 and box 8? Yes. This line is both a German Whisper and a Nabner. So what does it mean to be a German Whisper and a Nabner about the sorts of things that are on it? So it can't, for example, be 1, 2, 8, 9. It's got to be something, something, something. Okay, and are there any of... should it be maybe obvious to me which of these? Yes, this one can't be Nabner. Oh, actually, sorry, this one could be Nabner, but if it is, it's exactly 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Is there something, should I be sus of the idea that this is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 exactly? Well, what other kind of line would it be if this was 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, I guess? Because it would have to, I guess it could be a thermo. That wouldn't be a problem. Other than that, it might be a little bit tricky, but maybe not possible. Maybe not impossible. Could be between line. Right. Could be between line. I'm slowly sort of wrapping my brain around what all of the options are. Like, this definitely isn't a region sum line. So right. Every long line is at least one of these remaining things, is the point. Or every one of the remaining things applies to at least one of the long lines, Martin is pointing out, since I can't immediately figure out what to do with this line. Given that that's the case, we assuredly can't have box 1 be thermo, because it would make multiple of these thermos. Likewise, we can't do that to these, or... Actually, maybe I could make this thermos, because I could have... No, I couldn't, because that would put 2, 4, 5, 6s in this thing, no matter how I did it. Okay, so these boxes all are not thermo. And we know these boxes already. So this box can't be thermo either because this is the second cell along and the third cell along. So that's not thermo. So the thermo is either the vertical line or the other line. So so one of these cells is a 4, 5, 6. So interestingly, if this is a 5, it of course tells me that this is not the German whisper box. That would actually work quite well in terms of this. Okay. Let's examine Garian's point about these. So naively, these cells can be anything. However, they certainly can't be 5. And they can't be 4 or 6 without repeating a digit, and Nabners can't repeat digits. But 3 and 7 are also problematic because if you use a 3, then your other digit is a or your other 2 digits next to it need to be 8, 9, which breaks the Nabner. And if it's a 7, the others are 1, 2, that breaks the Nabner. So these are 1, 2, 8, 9. And now that means I've got a 1 or a 2 and an 8 or a 9. So these can't be 1, 2, 8, 9. So these are from 4, 6, 3, 7. For sure. Okay, so we're also examining lines that are zippers. So if one of these giant lines is a zipper, it has a 9 in the middle. So I can't ever make this box or this box or this box. I can't make any of those zippers. Seems like maybe I could make box 3 be zippers. If I made both of these zippers. Oh, a zipper can't cross into a thermo box, right? So, right, we know the thermo box is one of these, right? I might as well pencil mark that in. That's 3, 6, and 2, 6, and 9 for the thermos, I believe. And so this can't be zipper because it would then definitely cross that. So then the zipper is either box 2, box 6, or box 9 as well. Okay, and so that means that these are a 5-9 pair because the one of these that's a thermo has a 5 in the middle and the other has a 9 in the middle. Interesting. It's interesting that the length 9 line being a Renbon means absolutely nothing. Of course, the thermo can also be a between line, since thermos are a between line variant anyway. I can like pencil mark this in an absurd way, which is that these are either odd. If that's a 5, then these are both odd. Or if this is a 9, then this is low. But I think it could be a 4. And then this would be high. That was probably not a useful use of my time. Oh, that's a good question, Emma. Oh, right. These can also be 5, because if this is 9, this could still be a Nabner. Sorry, you're right. These can also be 5. We're very close. Okay, so this 1, 2, 8, 9 line, what else can it be? Because this box has to be something. What can box 7 possibly be? And so, given that, we can certainly rule out... So this line is certainly not a Renbon. It's assuredly not a region sum line. We've already captured those two. It's assuredly not a between line. It's not a thermo. Okay, it's not a zipper because it has even length, and this does not explain what a zipper means for even length. Because it doesn't have a central digit. So this is either modular or entropic. So I can sort of flag that this is one of those. Modular would make these a 4, 6 and these a 1, 9. Sorry, entropic would do that. Sorry, entropic would do that. Would make these a 4, 6 and a 1, 9. And modular I think is messier. I think there's more options. So one of those is what box 7 is. Can I do anything with the fact that this cell C is a 5, 9 pair? I think it, funnily enough, means this can't be a 5. I think this cell can't be a 5 through a ridiculous use of this 5, 9 pair. Because if this is a 5, then of course this is a Nabner, but digits can't repeat on Nabners, and then that means that this sees the 5, 9 pair. So this is never a 5 via a ridiculous and completely pointless deduction. Trying to think about my like sums to 9 to see if I think the zipper is super restricted. The region sum can't be the thermo or the zipper, because the zipper, the middle one, sums to 18. So none of these are the region sum line. And these we already know what they are. So, so both of these lines are region sum lines. Oh, in fact, we actually know this box isn't a region sum line either. Isn't box 4 just naked the region sum line? I think box 4 is naked the region sum line. Which is a funny thing to say. But there's just nowhere else it could be given the impact, I'm going to write a 4 in the center rather than doing that, so it won't show up. So that's very interesting because it means these cells sum to 15 because the region sum is 15 for each of these. And so 15, 15, that makes these sum to 15. Let's see. So these sum to anywhere from 9 to 11. So I think that makes this a 4, 5, or 6 based on that tiny deduction. These sum to 15. These are also entropic or modular. So this is either the same entropy as both of these, or it's the same modularity as those. So if box 7 is modular lines, those are 2, 8, and this is a 5. If it's the same entropy, then it can be anything, and it'll be okay. Oh, right, different. Right. Sorry, different. Right. These would be, sorry. Yeah. These would be different, and then this would be the third one, right? This would be a set of 3. It would be one of each. I do agree it means that these 3 columns are roped, because if I ask where these 3 digits go in box 4, they go on these 2 lines. Well, 2 of them have to go on the same line because there's only 2 lines to put them on. But as soon as 2 of them go on the same line, I know they sum to 15 with the third digit. The third digit's the same as the third digit was down here. So we can do our like traditional. I guess we can't quite do our traditional roping coloring, but we know that this ropes. I just don't know exactly how it ropes yet. But that is quite interesting. I'm trying to decide if that gives me any interplay, because knowing that this crisscrosses like this, but I don't think it does immediately. Right, one of these 2 big long lines is a zipper, so this is not the between line, because the between line would not be a zipper. We know it's not these. These are these. We've already argued it's not these. It's not that. So yeah, Renbon modular or entropic. Oh, no, it can't be modular or entropic is the point. Because one of these is a... sorry, can't be entropic because one of these is a thermo. And and so the thermo is definitely not also entropic. Could it be modular? I think it could be modular, right? I think this is modular or Renbon. Yeah, I think this is modular or Renbon. So I think I can put a cornered 3 in one of these cells. So funnily enough, that means I know there's no repeats on this line. But the thing it sums with is on the other side of the universe, Matt Laffey. Let's see. Yeah, this cell only has a handful of options for what it could be. Maybe I should think about what those options are. Because this is the thermo for one of them. So this is either the second or eighth cell if the column is the thermo. It's the third or seventh cell if the row is the thermo. So this is a 238 or 2378. I wonder if that is useful somehow. Would let me mark this in an even more contrived way. So if this is a thermo, then that is one of the digits that this is consecutive with, which is kind of messed up. Okay, so these lines, these column lines are three different things. One of the things they are is a region sum line. Another thing they are is entropic or modular. What's the third thing they are? Is it also entropic or modular? Are these lines all of them? I kind of think these lines might have to be all of them. Because what else are they? Oh, they could be Renbon. They could be Renbon. If the... Yeah, it could be Renbon. So yeah, the third thing in this column, I think, yeah, is either Renbon or the other of modular and entropic. Like box 1 being Renbon would be very easy. Does box 1 being modular or entropic break? Oh yeah. You're right. You're right. These can't be both modular and entropic, because if you think about it, then that means that these two digits would have both the same high mid lowity and the same modularity. But if you know the high mid lowity of a digit, you know what row of the keypad it's on. And if you know the modularity, you know what column of the keypad it's on. So that would be saying these are the same digit. Right. So the columns are definitely Renbot is one of them, which in particular tells us that box 3 isn't Renbon, just because of how this is worked out. So these are region sum lines, uh, and they are either entropic or modular. Could they also be between lines? That would make both of the ends a 1-9 pair. Does that immediately break? Maybe not. Would force that to be 2-8, but that's not necessarily a problem. Uh, uh, right. Okay, yeah. None of these three boxes, the two lines could be between lines, but none of these three could be between lines, because this one can't be. This one we've already said what it is, and this one can't be, because that would also be a 1 or a 9, and that doesn't work. So yeah, so these are not between lines. So box 1, 4, and 7. I guess we know. Oh, and not 4 actually. Oops. This is 1 or 7, and then one of these is the other 1, 7. So I think that means that box 3 now is modular. Uh, by our previous notes. I'm trying to remember why I knew that this was either modular or Renbon. Uh, right. We've already said box 7 is modular or entropic. So it's box 1 that's Renbon. Good. Uh, uh, why was this Renbon or modular? I've completely forgotten. It had to do something to do with this crossing. It was because of how entropic interacts with thermos. Because you can't have an entropic thermo. Got it. One of them was a thermo. That was why. Uh, so yeah, so that means that this box is in fact modular, which means that box 7 is in fact entropic. And so between line is 2, 6, or 9. Yeah, so now that this is entropic, I need these to be middle, which means they're 4, 6, which means these are 1, 9 by the combination of things. Uh, Ah, right. And that's right. They sum to 15 because of the recent sum line. So this is a 5. And we get to bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Boop, boop, boop. Oh! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay. So we've got that. Okay, so box 3 is modular now. Oh, it's 2, 3. No, Matt Laffey. This is just because it's either the second or third cell along a thermo in some direction, which is why it was 2, 3, or 7, 8. I don't know where you're getting the 6 from. Perhaps by being smarter. It's also modular with... Well, it's modular with 5 and 9 in this direction, but not in this direction. Okay, so yeah, so this is in the same... But by the fact that 3 is modular, in this column, I know that this is the same thing as this mod 3. So 5 would be 2, 5, 8. 9 would be 3, 6, 9. So this is just never 7. I agree with that assessment. So it is 2, 3, or 8. And I do know that either this is 159 or this is 159. I don't know which yet, but I do know that is true because of the roping that we've previously observed. Okay, well, this can't be a thermo. Wait, no. No, it's this one that can't be a thermo. Sorry, this can't be a thermo because these are 3 apart. If this were a thermo, they would not be... Oh, crap. No, I'm saying it backwards again. They would be the same modularity class. Oh, but these wouldn't be. Okay, so the thermo is automatically modular, I guess. Yeah, the thermo's automatically modular, so maybe that's not worth thinking about. Let's see. Got our... Emma claims this is always a 7. Okay, so of 2, 6, and 9, you can't be a between line zipper. So between and zipper are mutually exclusive. And given that, one of them has to be box 2. So between line is so thermo is not box 2. And thermo and zipper are also mutually exclusive. And so one of them is box 2. And so it's the zipper that is box 2. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so box 6 and 9 are the thermo and the between line. So that means that these are 1, 9. These are 2, 8, 3, 7, 4, 6, and a 5. And that 5 does sort out that indeed this box is not whispers. So this box is Nabner. Sorry. So this box is Nabner, which is box 5, which means that whisper is box 8. So this is whisper now. And so this is all the odd numbers. If I write it down. So these are 1, 3, 7, 9. Okay, and now because this is 2 or 8, this isn't 5, it's 9. Because 5 would be the same as 2 or 8 along a modular line, so that's a 9. But between line could be box 9, right? Oh, right. Whether this is a thermo or between line. Right. This is thermo or between line is Martin's point. And so it's always between line. And so if this is always a between line, that means that the 1 and the 9 are on the tips. So that's the 1 and that's the 9 regardless. Very good point. That is a 3 or a 6, points out Garion, which in particular tells me where my 159 are over here. And so where my 159 are here in particular, that's a 1. And now if I trace this back, this needs to agree with 2, 8, which means this needs to be a 5 in terms of modularity. The other 2, 8 is here. The 1 is now there. No, I did that wrong. Sorry. Sorry, this is the 3, 6. Sorry, the other 3, 6. Okay, and so these are 1, 4, 7. And that one's not 1 for lots of reasons. So these need to add to 9. So this is not a 4 in particular. And these need to add to 9. And therefore, 1 needs to be odd, which means this one had better be 7, because if this one's already even, so this one has to be odd. So in fact, that's a 7 and a 2, which makes this a 1 and an 8, which makes that a 4. Good point about the zipper doing zipper things. Okay, now this was a thermo for sure. So we know the direction of the thermo. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which has made this a 4 and a 6 and a 9 and a 1. All of a sudden, things are happening. Oh, that is a 9 and a 1. The sum of these two digits is 8. And so these two digits are 2, 6, right? Because they can't be 1, 7, and they can't be 3, 5. So these two digits are 2, 6 by our region sum line. So that means that's a 3 and that's a 6, actually. And so these are 2, 6, 7, 2, 6, 7. These are 2, 6, 7. Okay, and that means the remaining oople here that we have is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 and 8. So these are from 3, 4, 8. These are from 3, 4, 8. The 4 is placed. Hello, Tristan. How are you doing? Now, what on earth is box 1? Box 1 was Renbon, so box 1 is meaningless. Box 4 is region sum. Box 7 was entropic. So I do need to keep this all doing entropic things. And so if that's true, this needs to be the 2, which means that's the 6 and the 7. And now that means that's got to be the 9 and the 5, and that's got to be the 8 and the 4. And we can do the same game in column 1, Vish points out, because now this has got to be high, this has got to be mid, and this has got to be low. This has got to be high, this has got to be mid, and this has got to be low. So we get all of that. Okay, so this is now a German whisper, right? That's got to have a 3 on it, I think, right? Yeah, box 8 is German whisper. So the 3 lows here mean that this has got to have a 3 on it, and the 3 only goes with a 9, actually, because 8 is gone, and 3 and 7 don't go together on whispers, as I remember, about half the time, give or take. Okay, so we can... let's see, box 5 worked out to be Nabner. So this line is a Nabner, and it is also a zipper. So these two are at least 2, 4. But that would make this a 6, which doesn't work. And yeah, if I don't put a 2 here, then they would be minimum 4 or 6, which is too big. So one of these needs to be a 2, is Vish's point. And so that is a 6, and that's a 2. 2, 4 doesn't work. 2, 5 doesn't work. 2, 6 doesn't work. So they have to be 2, 7, which makes that a 9. Okay. What are these? Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so these are 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, happy to do it, LM. I have greatly enjoyed the setting here on this. This has been a treat. Okay, so that is the 4, just by sudoku, is what I should say. These are a pair of something and something, not 2 or 7. So that is a 5, and that's a 9. These are a pair of something and something, which are not a 3 or a 5. They seem to be a 7 and an 8. Okay, what about... I know that one of those two is 1. Let's see. that one of these two is 8. What about this row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I can just place the 7 in this row. Sorry, these are 5, 6, 7, but these two aren't 7, so that one is 7, which seems to make that a 6 and that a 5. That 7 looks up there and makes that a 2 and that a 7. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is modular and a between line. So this is 1, 2, or 3. And it's not 3 and it's not 1. So this is a 2, owing to its combination of modular / between line or knottedness. Let's see. This column is missing a 1, 3, and 5. And it would seem that that can only be a 3, a 5, a 1, a 7, and a 3. Okay. Well, we knew by uniqueness it had to work out this way. So box 6 is not thermo, because this is not a thermo. And therefore, box 6 is between line. So that is 8 and 3. That is 6 and 3. And now we can just fill in the rest. One of these is a 1. I still don't know which one. So I don't know which of them is 7 either. Funnily enough. Okay, so I'm just going to fill stuff in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, seemingly that is an 8 and a 2 and a 5 and a 6. Okay, so this row is missing a 7. So that's an 8 and a 7. This row is missing a 1 and a 1 and an 8. So they go in that order. This column is missing a 2 and a 3, it looks like. This column is missing a 1 and something else. 4, it looks like. This column is missing a 2 and an 8. Okay, and now this row is missing a 4. This row is missing a 5. Very nice. I quite enjoyed that puzzle. So big thanks to the setter there. And you could go back and watch the first part of the solve if you want. We sort of like, it's very nice design there where you can sort of start putting the pieces together a little bit at a time. And then eventually sort of like we got to the end and then everything almost filled itself in completely because you sort of knew all of these various pieces and how they had to entwine. But that was very cool. I quite enjoyed that. But that is going to be all for today's stream. Huge thank you for hanging out with me. On Tuesday, I believe Tristan has volunteered to stream. So I know many of you are fans of him, as of course am I. Let's be honest. So look forward to that. I will probably be off in a hole playing Factorio for the probably the 48th hour approximately straight by then. But I will see you all next Sunday, so you can look forward to that. Thank you all for hanging out. If you want to support the stream, you can do that by giving us a thumbs up. We greatly appreciate that. But if you would like to do even more than giving us a thumbs up, you can also recommend us to friends, and you can also support the stream financially, which we greatly appreciate. As always, you can click the little YouTube button for the $ or whatever it looks like in your local area to become a member, which gets you the green screen name and all the emotes and all that good stuff. Or if you want to make a one-time donation on Ko-fi, we're happy for that as well. or we also have a Patreon. So we're very flexible, and we greatly appreciate all of the support that you give us. And we, of course, thank everyone for their support on all of our screens. So if you would like to be thanked as well, by all means, please do. We'd appreciate it. But that's all for now. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.